All right, mic looks like it's working. Cool. All right, mic looks like it's working. Cool. Now I can hear myself in an echo. Cool. Yeah, so I just saw this piece of concept art a few days ago. I still hear myself. And I just thought it'd be cool to make it into a 3D rig. It seems like a really cool little creature that concept artist named Nicholas Cole came up with. He had like 2 other ones that were really cool as well, but hey, thanks for the follow. Is that Ryan? How's it going, Ryan? Oh no, it's Alex. What's up, Alex? What's going on? And now Ryan is too. Thanks for the follow, Ryan. Yeah, I just thought this guy, this guy's art was really cool. I thought it'd be cool to animate this dude. He seems really interesting to me. I like the whole idea of like light emanating from them. What's up, Ryan? So that's what I'm gonna try and do. So this is the snipping I took from it, and just gonna save this as a reference image and see if I can make it into a 3D rig. I might end up coming back into Photoshop to like paint out his arm and leg so that I can see what it looks like underneath, but I'm gonna see how far I can go in Photoshop in Maya first. Mr. Leaf, this is an attempt to make a 3D rig out of some 2D concept art. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. See if I crash and burn here. I am a previs artist with DNEG in LA, working on the movies, and felt like doing this with my 3-day weekend. Alright, so I'll probably make myself a camera because that art wasn't perfectly in profile. So I'm just going to bring a camera back and look through that before I bring in my image plane. Let me know if the music is too loud, guys. I haven't streamed in like 4 months. Derek, what's up, man? Hello, stranger. When I bring in new cameras into Maya, I like to switch it from fill to overscan and then turn on my film gate. That kind of gives you an idea of what your actual framing is. Without that turned on, you just sort of have this vague square that could even turn into like a vertical phone format. You have no idea what you're looking at, so. How do you do that? So you create a camera. So you've got this brand new camera and you've got it selected here. You come up into the attribute editor. It might have this selected by default, but you need the shape node. And you want to come into the film back and switch the fit resolution gate to overscan from fill. And then in your display options, you got to check display film gate. And then that'll give you something like this. I like to change the color to black just because I'm picky. But that brings us to this guy. And you can even do things like if this area here, if you want to have a little bit more of a border to work with, you could up this to like 1.1 or whatever. But yeah, DNEG is work from home right now. At least the LA location is. I would assume all the other locations are as well, especially because they have way more people than the LA location. We're pretty small at the LA location. I'm going to bring in a cube to start from. Move the pivot down to the bottom of it, more or less. And then V snap it up to, or is it X snap? I always get the snaps mixed up. X snap. So now I can just scale from here, and maybe I can get the perspective lined up a little better. I have a feeling this video, like, when other people try and watch it, it's going to be muted because I'm playing this music, but I don't care. I want to listen to this music, so I'm a rebel. I think because I want to orbit this camera around this cube, I'm going to group the camera. And this is also a good way if you're trying to like have an orbiting camera move to like give you the ability to orbit around it without trying to manually translate it. It's also exactly what Maya does when you do the whole, what is it? It's like Maya has some sort of default camera like turnaround thingamajig. Playback, maybe? No, visualize. Turntable. There you go. When you create turntable, it's just going to give you a camera in a group, and the group is going to be keyed, you know, turning around 360 or whatever. So, this is the same thing. Maya thinks they're being clever. Yeah, it's pretty simple to... I would actually say if you're planning on orbiting around something, you'd probably be better off doing like a locator on, let's say it's a person's face. You've got the locator on their face, and then parented or directly under that locator, another locator that's going to be your offset, directly under it in the hierarchy, and that's going to be what drives your camera. So you can orbit with the upper, the parental, and then the offset, you can change the distance from whatever you're orbiting from or offset it or whatever. But anyway, that's how I would orbit. Let's see if I turn off X-ray. Yeah, I'm just gonna like assign a transparent material, I think, so that I don't have to keep on doing the X-ray thing. Maybe I'll make it like, what's something that's gonna stand out against purple? Maybe green. Sure. All right. How am I gonna start modeling this? I think I'll start with this head. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. This perspective looks more or less lined up, kind of. Let's see if those are his two legs, his two back legs. Is that his back leg? Oh, his back leg's way over here. So if that's the case, it's not lined up at all. He's almost square to camera with his back legs, but he's got a nice angle with his body. That's probably about right. I don't know. Subject to change. And another handy thing with the cameras, while we're at it, I'm not going to do anything in ZBrush, no. I'm doing previs level assets here. I'm not by any means a professional creature artist or texture artist. I'm kind of more of a generalist that just happens to enjoy doing low res, emphasis on low, versions of stuff that I find interesting. But this is going to be very much a quick and dirty rig. This isn't going to be anything that's textured in ZBrush or like modeled in Substance Painter or anything. This is just going to be everything in Maya and Photoshop. That's all I'm going to do. With the camera, a really handy thing to be able to do is to zoom in 2D. So you can like basically like magnify into your camera without moving the camera. And you do that with the backslash. Yeah, the backslash button, and you right mouse drag. And you can middle mouse drag to move around this. See, it says 2D pan, 2D zoom. Really handy if you want to look at like little details but not move your camera. Let's see. Switch to object. Looks pretty close to his head. Let's bring this edge down a little bit, and I think I'm gonna smooth this cube out, which usually I hate doing smooth because you end up adding so much, but it's only a cube. That's way too, that's not what I want at all. Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. Switch back to modeling. Let's get the insert edge loop tool going. I just want one on this axis, one on this axis. I guess I'll do one on this axis too. I need to increase the transparency of this material because I can't see what the heck I'm doing. Okay, so this needs to be a little bigger. This needs to be a little bigger. Looks like this side needs to be a little smaller, maybe. All right. Now, how am I going to get the cutout of his eye hole? It's fun to say, eye hole. Derp derp. So it's sort of like rounding here, I guess. It's hard to tell where the top of the head is here, but I'm guessing it's like right there. Get out with my eye holes. Previs artists don't necessarily need match moving, but post-viz artists do, and a lot of previs artists also have a post-viz skill set. I also am a post-viz artist, so I have knowledge of those things, but there are also just pure previs artists that would not necessarily have any match moving knowledge. That's just sort of a bonus. You can make more money if you can do that. You can make more Benjamins. All right, how wonky does this look? Looks pretty wonky. Maybe I can make it a tiny bit more symmetrical. I don't think I want that quite shaped that way. That's what happens when you start moving things, just like, you just start grabbing them in camera and shifting them around. It just ends up looking really weird in perspective. And I'd like a rig that I can actually orbit around without being ashamed. Could probably do something like that though. I'm not even sure what 3D equalizer is. I kind of want to know now. All right, I'm gonna take a detour for a second and Googleize 3D equalize. Oh, okay, it's just 3D tracking. Yeah. I think the industry standard for 3D tracking, match moving, motion tracking, whatever you want to call it, is PF Track. I've also been with some studios that try and skimp on the budget a little bit because PF Track is kind of expensive. And Buju was the old version, but what was the one? Synthize, right? Is that it? Synthize? Synthize. That's gotta be, yeah. So Synthize was sort of a cheaper version, not quite as good. Not quite as good as PF Track, but PF Track is pretty much the industry standard as far as like studios I've worked with that do post-viz. Maybe Finals houses use 3D equalizer. If they do, I'm not familiar with it because I've only done post-viz. But like post-viz, you can do, you know, geometry tracking, match moving, all the stuff you would need to do. So I would think they'd probably use that. I don't know. All right, I need to cut out this hole. What happens if I... Yeah, that looks awful. How am I gonna cut out this hole? I guess I need to add more flipping edge loops just to get this darn hole. Look at how close he brought that eye hole to the edge here. It's like all the way up on the edge. Yeah, Boolean. Oh, I hate Boolean. That might be the best way to do it though, honestly. Let's see what Boolean gets us. It's just gonna be disgusting. I bet you it's just gonna be gross. It used to be Boolean would just crash Maya. It would just be awful. But it seems like it's more stable now. Alright, let's see if I give this a different color. If I can see what I'm doing. I don't know if this will work or not. Okay, if I center it, it's not anywhere near where it's at in the illustration. Gosh, what's the best way to do this? I don't want to do Boolean because that's going to give me so many... I mean, I know I could simplify the sphere, but I'd be losing so much control over it if I do that. I'm going to manually do it, I think. But I want this to be at the middle of the swirl. Kinda... let's see. This head looks so wonky already. I'm only on the head, and it's already looking super wonky. That's how you know it's going to be fun. All right. I need to just do it. Bite the bullet and do it. Add 2 there, add 2 here. All right. Now, you're going to be the bottom of the hole, bottom of the eye hole, top of the eye hole, side of the eye hole, side of the eye hole. Let's get the corners lined up. It's crazy. He just put it right at the edge. I feel bad for people that have, like, finals assets guys, that have to take illustrations like this and just try and make something when there's so much liberty taken because it's 2D. You can just sort of do whatever. All right. I mean, that's fine. It's fine. What would happen if I average this? Just trying to center it a little bit. This gosh, it's so wonky. How is his head so... How have I done this already? So it looks, in the illustration, it looks like it should be symmetrical, but it's really... It's this corner right here, I think, that's throwing me. Because he's implying with this side that it's a very rounded head, but this front jawline is implying that there's an edge here. I don't know. All right, well.
So my parents aren't going to be home.
Just want to center this just a little bit better so that it's not quite so gross. And then we'll extrude it in. Mesh extrude. Something like that. It looks like it gets a tiny bit smaller, and then it looks like it goes even further, so I'll Control E again. Bring it in again. That'll be the glowing portion. All right. Cool. I do almost wonder if modeling this, I'll be better off just like modeling the armor portion and the glowing portion separate. I think that might be what I do, because otherwise texturing it's going to be a pain. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to just start with the armor portion. All right. Let's pick up the pace here. I'm going slow. I'm just going to grab all of these faces back here. Can I guess it needs to be vertices. I want to round these guys out because they're all just a hard edge right now. So I'm going to average the vertices. And now I'm going to grab them and scale them back up. So that I'm not losing the whole head. All right, good enough. Cool. Let's go with that. Now for the jaw, let's do that with like a I guess a cube. Let's assign the same material. My green somewhere up here. You know what? I'm going to use Animbot to snap it over here. And then, so now it's got the same orientation as the head. Let's make it, it looks like it's wider. Maybe my perspective is just way off. This is not even close, not even remotely close. Here, let's put them in a group. How am I gonna do that? I want, you know what? No, I'm not gonna put it in a group. I'm just gonna rotate it. Then I'm gonna snap this guy to him again and see if that's closer. Man, that's still super off. How's it so far off? It's weird. It looks, perspective-wise, like it makes sense. I know that, I know Ryan is still a student. Derek, I think, actually has another job. I know a lot of these guys from a mentorship class that some of us take called Kyoshul. I'll give it a little plug real quick. Kyosh, I think it's just kyoshul.com, yeah. But I know a lot of these guys from this mentorship class with Sean Lee and a bunch of other mentors, but Sean was the one that founded it. Really good for animation mentorship. If you're looking to become an animator, highly recommend it. Just a tremendous eye for polish. All these guys, I mean, obviously they're working for Disney, so. But that's where I know several of the people in the chat from. All right. Let's just go with it. The perspective is so far off. Oh, it's because it's so far back. Derp. Okay, that makes me feel better. Undo what I did with the rotation then. There we go. Snap you to you. Bring you down. Yeah, it's not nearly as bad. Feel a lot better about that. Guess it's somewhere up here, it looks like, is the other edge. Clipping up through his head. That's all right, we'll fix that. You know, the bad part about doing that, though, that way, is you end up losing the orientation. So I'm going to try and do it this way. That way my object orientation makes sense. All right. Let's, maybe if I bring it down to start, rotate it to roughly the right. Orientation. We'll put an edge loop right there in the middle for that valley of a jaw he's got there. And then we'll bring these guys both up. Let's bring that down. And this needs to be more like over here. That's probably fine. This is going way slower than I thought it would. I'm probably being way too picky about this. Okay. Okay. All right. Will you take him out to go to the bathroom real quick? All right, make that guy a little bigger. Let's add some more edge loops. This time I don't want them to be equal distance because I want to pick out where those teeth are going. I guess one will go right there. One will go... I'm gonna have to move this back down, but one will go right there, one will go right here, and I'll have to keep it going out there, but yeah. Oh, and then I'll need another one to separate the teeth from the front. So, like right here. Yeah. Why is the perspective of this? Alright, love you too, sweetie. Love you too, sugar plum. Let's see here. Let's just go ahead and bring the teeth up, or at least those two. See what we look like. Control E. Actually, Control E, and I'll do. Just wanted to see if that would work. Of course, it does not. I want the local scale to be smaller. Try and make them a little smaller at the top than they are at the bottom. Round them out a little bit. This is where I can tell my perspective is a little bit off right here. Or like really off. Let's grab this edge, pull them up. And again, just to be really clear about this, this is a really rough and dirty asset that I'm trying to make. If you came in looking for someone that's going to make finals level assets, I'm not your guy. I'm sorry. I'm a previs artist. I'm supposed to turn things around really quickly. And in fact, I'm not even a previs asset artist. I'm just a normal old regular previs artist. So this will probably be a very ugly asset that will hopefully do the job, but it will not be it will not be feature film ready by any means. All right, let's see how's that. Look how far off this jaw is. All right, maybe we can grab all these guys, use the old average vertices, and get them. That didn't work at all. I was trying to round them out, but that didn't work. Let's see, what would be the easiest way to do that, I guess. Do something like this. But really, his jaw needs to be like rounded out this way, I feel like. 'Cause it looks like, to me, it's jutting out here. And right now I just have it going down instead of coming out. So let's grab this guy and bring him out and over so that I've got him coming forward a little bit. There we go, something more like that. We'll do the same thing with these guys. Yeah, I feel better about that. Zooming in like this is like the kiss of death because you end up like really hunkering down on detail. That's really not what I want to do. But I'm doing it anyway. This edge needs to be down here. You know what? I'm not even gonna worry about those teeth. Because Previs, that's why. You know what? I'll put one more tooth in. Gosh dang it! I'm gonna put both teeth in. Changed my mind. I reserve the right to change my mind. Let's just straighten these out a little bit so they're not just so hideous. And if this is his head, it should be rounded at the back. It shouldn't be this weird. I don't even know what you would call this shape. All right, let's add the teeth. All right. You guys need to be further forward. I always sell myself short, Alex. Always. No, the trick is to, in a professional environment, to say you're really good at doing stuff that you're okay at doing. That's been my professional experience. You get that nugget for free. See if we can get these guys more or less the same height. This guy's got some janky teeth. He needs to see a dentist. Oof. Look at that GL. That looks great. I mean, that's the shape we've got to work with. My dog's probably going to erupt into barking here in a minute. I apologize in advance. All right. These guys, don't really care for them being the way they are. I think I'm just going to select all these underside vertices and average vertice them to try and get them not quite so hideous. I'm trying to do like sort of the minimal amount of housekeeping to keep it looking not horrible. All right, and then I probably need just at least one more. Oh, look at that. I'm not even following the back of the jawline anymore. Probably need one more set of edge loops for the back of the jaw here. I do want that in the middle, so I'm going to turn on that use equal multiplier multiple. Even though I'm only adding one, this gives you the ability to set it right in the middle, so that's why I switched it to that. Okay, cool. We've got a jaw and a head. Let's move on. Let's do this weird sort of half torus thing. Let's snap this to the head. Bam, done. Completely finished. Probably gonna need more divisions when I start tearing this thing apart. Sending me a message on Slack, all right. Dude, is it something urgent? Do I need to look at my Slack to see? All right, I'm watching my Slack messages. Let's see. All right, so it's got the sort of hard edge here, so I think it really needs to be only like, yeah, like 4 with a little bit of twist, so that we can get that kind of hard edge going here. Let's go with that. After this new version of his animation. What are you sending me, Derek? Oh yeah, Studio Library, sure. No problem, I can show you later. Studio Library, for you guys that aren't familiar, is a really useful tool for copying animation and poses. Very helpful if you have, for example, a lot of characters in a scene that all need to be doing basically the same thing and you want to like just offset it. You can use Studio Library as long as our rigs are set up the correct way to where they're all set up the same. It doesn't have to be the same rig, but it has to be set up the same. If it's set up the same, then you can just copy and paste either poses or animation. But it's a very useful tool. I like it. I like it a lot. Can I fill 2 holes at once? Yes, I can. I have the power. I probably shouldn't have trimmed this quite so high, but I'm going with it. Let's assign the same material. Voice is cracking. Let's see, what can I do to even this out a little bit? No, that's sloppy. Here, okay. Let's go back. All right, let's do it the right way. All right, so if we need that to be the middle, say right around there. All right, maybe something more like that. Yeah. Let's assign that material so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, Studio Library is really helpful. Yeah, and most of the people on Kyoshul are Animation Mentor alum. I only actually took one class, one class with Animation Mentor. But most of the people in Kyoshul have taken multiple and or graduated from Animation Mentor, which is also great. I would say that Animation Mentor is a little bit more traditional and basically like you have to, what's the best way of saying it? You're expected to get something finished by the end of the term, right? And if what you're working on isn't going at the pace it needs to be going, if it's not finished, polished, whatever, they're still going to push you to call it done at the end of the term. Whereas Kyoshul is much more, let's call it free-spirited, in that they're willing for you to just work as long as it takes to get something to the level they think it needs to be. Much more open-ended. Where the heck did Phil Hole go? There it is. That would be my best attempt at describing the difference. All right. Let's see, how close are we to being lined up? Not even remotely. Sweet. Come on. Switch to soft select. Make it a little bigger. Need like all these guys to come in a little bit. I took the body mechanics class at Animation Mentor, and let's see, that would have been 2 years ago, maybe, something like that. My initial schooling was with SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design. That's where I got my bachelor's in animation, but really SCAD at the time, their curriculum was really geared for giving you basically a generalist skill set, which isn't what I wanted at the time, but in hindsight, I'm kind of glad I got it. It sort of enabled me to go the career path that I took. If I had known that was what it was to begin with, I probably would have done something like Animation Mentor instead. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. 2020. Oh. Don't you love that? Speaking of 2020, it's like, it's over 100 degrees here. It's like 107 degrees outside or something right now. It's 114 degrees outside right now. And that's where I am. I can only imagine, like, in the valley, it's even hotter. It's like one thing after another, you know? It's crazy. Ooh, that's not even close. Is that the same for these guys? These guys that far off? Alex, where are you? I need to live where Alex is. 82 degrees sounds wonderful. How does it feel like 70 when it's 82? Is it just like really windy? Celsius. Let's see. What is 114 Fahrenheit to Celsius? So it's 45.5 degrees Celsius here right now. Oof. The weather app, huh? I mean, I'm complaining like I'm not in an air-conditioned building right now. These are first world problems. I didn't really want all the outside guys. I just wanted the inside faces. All right. If I get those, just make it a little skinnier. So now if I do this, and this, got the outside. All right, we're pretty close on this. I'm okay with it not being right on, because I'm previous. Unimates. What is a Unimate? I'm in Cincinnati, good old flyover country. Yeah, that's my roommates in college were in Cincinnati. Oh, university. Derp. Yeah, a lot of people in my animation graduating class didn't end up going into animation. It's a very, like, it's a weird industry in that, like, I think it's a pretty high percentage of people go into it not realizing how much just time-consuming work it is, and once they get a taste of that, they're just like, yeah, I don't think so. Or, you know, conversely, they're like, okay, I think I can still do okay and not put in as much time, and then they never get a job because, you know, the people out there that are willing to put in the time. So yeah, it's a weird industry in that way. This is looking fantastic. Let me just pull his head out a little bit here. Love it. It's always a good sign when you can zoom out of what you've been modeling and chuckle. That's okay. All right, let's call this guy done and move on to these back panel thingamajigs. Cube. Let's snap it to the head. Assign the material we've been using. We need an edge loop in the middle. Give it a ridge. Bring that bad boy up. Bring this guy and that guy down and out. Down and out. Okay, that's not in the right spot. Oops. Gotta take the whole object. By the way, if you ever try and do this sort of thing and have a reasonable model at the end of it, don't try and model it just in camera, because it will never work. It's just not gonna happen. I'm not sure how much behind his head I want this. I think I want it like somewhere around there. That seems reasonable. This, more than the other parts, I really want the perspective to be close, because I just want to duplicate this guy to make the bigger ones. I want to be lazy. It seems like the way that he drew this other part, it seems like there might even be like an angle going forward as well, not just up. So I think I might try and get that going on this to where this middle portion is going forward a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Does that look close to being lined up? Kind of. Ish. Let's take this back edge and bring it up a little bit. Is it another one right here, or is that the top of the head? Okay, that's just the top of the head. Cool. Alright. Let's duplicate this guy. Bring him back. And see how close we can get on the scale. I think it needs to be something like that. Seems like the whole thing needs to be longer. But maybe these portions aren't quite so long. Bring this guy up a hair. This guy up a hair. I'm gonna have to add edge loops on this guy. Get a little bit of rounding going. All right, let's go with that. Let's call that guy done. This one's gonna be rounding back a little bit. It's John! It is Chad. It is I. What's going on, John? John is part of the group I was gaming with last night when I started playing Fall Guys, which is probably going to be a new problem for me. Fall Guys is one of those games that you can play way too much. It's like I'm seeing you through a... Oh yeah, I don't know why I decided to make the viewport hole for my webcam a circle, but I feel like everybody has the rectangle, and I want to be different, so I made it a circle. It's like I'm looking through a porthole, right? Help me, I'm sinking. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to make it a circle, though. I just want to be different, I guess. Yeah, Fall Guys, it's whoever came up with the idea, they deserve the money, because I'm a competitive person, and anytime that I can compete against people like that, I'll pay for that. I'll put money down on that. You know, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Cheat this back. Sure, let's go with that. Maybe I can make it a little longer though. Yeah. It's looking very strange in perspective. How can I get it looking less strange in perspective? You know what? I could buy that this is like turned towards camera a little bit, and I could always rig it to be able to move, but I buy that. I mean, clearly this side and this side are different, you know? But it looks like his head continues back, almost like the alien, you know, in the Alien movies, where they have that big, like, sort of back of their head continuing on. I don't even know. I'm sure they have some sort of inspiration for that, but I don't know where they would have gotten it. But let's do that. Let's grab right here. And really looking at it, that kind of makes the head look shorter. Or it's just as if this is a plate right here and not the top of the head. That might be more the impression I'm getting, actually. I think that's what I'm getting. Yeah. So let's take the back of the head down. Yeah, I wish I was the person that came up with Fall Guys, though. They made good money. All right, let's bring this out and just make it huge. Huge. Let's just make it huge. This looks like it's separated right there. So I guess it ends right around here. Yeah, right around there. Let's take these vertices, bring them back. That's not the right place in perspective, is it? Perfect. That's a little bit more reasonable. That is, it's almost realistic. See, this guy's somewhere around there. This guy's somewhere around there. Oof. That guy didn't end up in the right place. Polishing stage and animation. Any good YouTube videos about polishing stage and animation? What's up, Allison? This is where the cool kids are. I don't know if there's... Yeah, that's true. Allison definitely linked a few good ones there. Gene Dennis is very good, and Prap Rose as well. 8P. What does 8P mean? Is this some kind of Generation Z slang? You guys gonna call me boomer for not knowing what that means? Oh, googly eyes, yeah. Okay, boomer. I'm a boomer. I'm not, though. I'm a millennial. I will have you know. Not to be confused. My parents are boomers. A boomer was my father. Kenny Roy, I'm not familiar with him. But I really like JD's videos. He also does great rig reviews in addition to he has a bunch of critiquing videos, so you can see sort of the types of things that a lot of people mess up with, and he even will analyze animation done in Spider-Verse, for example, which is really fun to watch. It's fun to see someone that is very passionate about animation look at that sort of stuff and just geek out over it. The more I look at this, the more I just want it to be a really simple rig. And I haven't started really simple. Let's see, this guy goes out a little bit more. Yeah, acting analysis are great. Yep.
What this is saying
He's good. He's the bomb diggity.
that just
The
as
real
you
deal.
don't know how you manage to be conscious, how you manage to grow.
All right, let's say that's good for his head. He still needs the one more plate on top of his head that I originally thought was his head. So I'm gonna hide this for a second so I can see.
Constellates the constellation and galactifies the galaxies. You don't know. But that doesn't mean to say that you aren't doing it in just the same way as you're breathing without knowing how you breathe.
All right, let's see how it looks with that. Let's just use default material. What do we got? It's just a mess. I love it. I love it. Look at this jawline here. This guy's gonna be wonderful. Look at this tooth. Great. Love it. Love it. All right. Let me stop admiring my work here. Let's just keep moving down the back and we'll come back and do the arms and legs, I think. I'm going to keep it wonky. I'm going to keep it wonky because my goal in doing animations or assets from concept art is to try and keep it, and you know, it's different for different people, but when I'm doing stuff from concept art, what I want to do is have at least one frame of it looking like just it's the very closest I can have it look to their original art. And if I was to try and make it symmetrical, there's no way I would be able to do that. Unless I just, you know, spent an ungodly amount of time, maybe I could make something remotely close, but there's no way I would be able to make it as close than if I'm just cheating things to camera, which is what I'm going to do. Cheat it to camera. Previs name of the game. Do it. Just like Mountain Dew. Yeah, with that jawline, he'll definitely be getting the chicks. Who could resist? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Castle in the Sky robots. Didn't they have like sort of wonky jaws in the Castle in the Sky? Castle in the Sky robot. Doesn't this guy have sort of a wonky... Oh, I guess he doesn't even have a jaw. He's got an asymmetrical face. JK, I lied. Alright. Got the cube. I'm going to snap it to his head. So I've got... going back in the same axes. Actually, maybe it would be faster just to start with this guy. I want things faster. Cool. Looks pretty close. I didn't notice before, but this guy is clipping into... I'm going to pull this down so it's not clipping in so much. Something like that. Did that mess everything up in this view? No, it's fine. Can't even see it. Cool. Alright, now this guy, there's sort of these really interesting little floating bits. I'll probably block those in super quick with, let's see, did I make any of these curved? I did not. Let's say it's floating somewhere around there. Let's add some edge loops to round it out a little bit. Make it bigger and then scale it down. I'm okay with it being a tiny bit smaller. That doesn't bother me. Look at that perspective. Let's move him back a little bit more over top. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, but I mean, this is another thing where if I tried to make him symmetrical, this little floating bit would make 0 sense because it's so cheated to camera. It's just like there would be no way to make it symmetrical. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that, you know, taking art like this that wasn't meant to be this artist like had no intention of someone like me picking this up and trying to make a 3D model out of it. Like, he didn't give me a turnaround. He just drew angles that he thought was interesting. In fact, he had like a bajillion other versions. Like, this guy just came up with, you know, freeform a bunch of different concepts. It was meant to be monsters that like represented music, which I thought was a really interesting. I don't know if it was some sort of challenge or something, but Nicholas Cole, by the way, if you weren't here at the beginning, he's the artist who came up with this. I'm just the peasant that's trying to turn it into something that moves. I'm gonna call that good for that guy. Just make a quick little cube for this tiny dude. Too far. Bring him back. Oops. Do not want to move the camera. I'm gonna lock this camera down before I do that and lose my place. That looks like roughly the right place for this guy. Let's scale him around till he looks more or less he's in the right place. I feel like it should be a long, skinny dude. Let's go with that. Looks good. Gorgeous. Love it. Love it. All right, let's do this guy next. I feel like he's really close to a cube. Are you noticing a pattern with how I'm starting all these pieces? Cubes. Cubes for the win. Maybe it was Nausicaa I was thinking of. Vex from Destiny. I'm not sure. You know, I thought about getting Destiny and then I ended up, like, not doing it. But let's see who that is. Oh yeah, he's got this sort of back head thingamajig. Nausicaa, though, is there like a robot in Nausicaa? Talking about like these monster dudes? I don't know. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. For the overall body shape, yeah, the bugs kind of had the sort of like weird roly-poly tail thingamajig. That would be the technical way to describe it. Okay, I've lost my middle portion of the body here. Trying to keep everything more or less flowing down this line, so I'm going to try and line it back up a hair. If I do that and then do this, I keep bringing it back over there. How can I get it? See, that would push it way back. That's alright, it can be back here. I'm cool with that. That makes it more in line with the body. Jizz. Jizz. Let's do that, and then I think... Let's see, to get that curvature, I think I'm going to add a couple edge loops to the front and sides so that I can just grab this face and yoink it up. That didn't work. Wonder why that didn't work. Oh, maybe I need to derp. Probably need to grab all these guys a little bit, and the same for this guy. Yeah, that looks more reasonable. Now if I pull it up a hair, I still buy it. Thicken it up a bit. Might have actually gone too far on this back edge here. Just kind of skew it a little bit. Cool. Looks good. On to the next thing. Just gonna nudge it, bop it, twist it. Sure. Looks good. Previs artists can't be choosers. It's kind of a weird shape. Let's do that guy next. Oops. Snap this guy over here. Seems like he should be closer, somewhere in this area. Bring him down. My back. Getting old. I don't want that. I just want one edge loop relative. And I guess I'll have one right here too. And then I can extrude you this way. And then I can extrude both these guys this way. Cool. Gorgeous. Love it. It's basically like I did it in ZBrush. I mean, you know, this is finals level stuff here. You saw it here first. Disney Pixar, eat your heart out. All right, I think we've got everything on the upper back torso portion done. Let's get this tail going. Wondering what the best way. I mean, I just need to do it. I don't need to think about it. I just need to do it. Let's see. I'm just gonna snap to the head so that I've got it on the same axes. I say it because it's true, Allison. I don't understand what you're getting at. Right. Cool. Maybe I will have this guy here just to give me the gist of what I want the body direction doing. And then I'll build the other ones off of this, I think. It should probably be thicker. And then I can put this guy in the middle. Excuse me. All right. Give myself a little bendy bend. You can see from his back view that these guys come up a little bit. So I'll go ahead and do something like that. And this will just be my template for these guys moving down. I'll tweak them from this. Let's see, maybe I could... Nah, just gonna do it. Do it quick. That's what I say. Maybe this tail is sort of curving towards camera. I mean, it looks like it kind of is. Because if you look at his back legs, like they're almost square to camera. Like this one and this one are just about even to camera. But then his tail and body are like curved, acute to camera. They're at an acute angle. Let's go with that. Oh, I stopped assigning the material. Oops, wrong one. Let's see. It's like somewhere around there. Cheating everything to camera dramatically. Totally cheated. I don't care. What do I care? Cool. Alright, that guy's there. cool. My pivot is nowhere near the center on this guy. There we go. It's interesting. It kind of seems like he's implying with these lines that that the middle portion of these spine armor plating things on the tail are thicker than the edges, which is kind of a cool little detail. So I guess I'll do that. Yeah. But now I feel like I should do that on all of them. So I'm just going to do a quick pass of making those thicker. That's good too, because see, this line is so far off. I didn't even notice before. Cool. And these ones, I couldn't even see the underside of them anyway, so I didn't know. Make you thicker. You're not going to be able to tell with those guys. I'm not going to worry about those guys. Cool. Next. All right, is this making sense? Yeah. That basically makes sense in perspective. I mean, it's going to have like the glowy body portion connecting everything underneath, but I feel like this makes sense. This one, for whatever reason, is curved. You know, I don't know if they're legs or fins. I'm gonna call them legs because I feel like they sort of look like they should be like walked on, almost like alien tripod feet. So it's like he's got these like almost quadruped-like feet, but then this last portion where, you know, the ball of the foot on a human, or we'll call it the ankle on a dog, doesn't seem to be bendable. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of flexion in the digits. So I think that's, if I get to animation today, or I might not get to animation till tomorrow, I think I want to keep this guy stiff. But yeah, it seems like it's like a quadruped leg, but everything from the ankle down is stiff, is not bendable. All right, that looks good. Dope. It's interesting, these guys have started getting shorter on the far side. And since you can't see it, there's no reason why I can't make them the same length. So, cheat them back. Just, you can't see it anyway, there's no reason not to. It kind of looks like that, right? Except it looks like it's sloping up. Oh well. That's okay. Let's see. Maybe this guy has an extra, maybe this is going to be like a four-pieced back armor fin thingy, so that I can make it just a little bit more realistic to symmetry. Yeah. So now I can bring this guy down. Cool. All right, right on. What's next? Another tailpiece. Almost looks like it's curving back away from camera again by the time it gets to this point. Which is interesting. So it's like it's curving towards camera here, and then it's doing sort of an S curve back away from camera there. It's pretty sweet, I guess. All these guys. Oops, missed one. I wonder if I'd be better off. Yeah, I'm gonna do it without these guys. Let's just get this one curved more or less like it is. And then bring this guy back. Cool. All right, next. Hurry up and finish this so I can get to the body. Closer. Cool. Now this tail is really interesting. Let's make a new cube. Just gonna drag it over to the area I think it's in. Right here. Oh, somehow my ground plane ended up being way off. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. His tail is going way lower than his feet here. That's gonna make things tricky, huh? This foot is more or less planted on this ground plane, but this tail is going well beyond it if this foot is any indicator of the perspective. It'll be an interesting challenge. Got this sort of thing going on. A little bit wider. And I think I'm going to start incorporating the glowy bits. Originally, I thought I was going to try to texture them separately, but I think I've changed my mind. I think I'm going to project the texture from the camera onto the bits, onto everything at once. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to start blocking things together now. Including the glowy bits. Oops. Relative. Let's see. Something like that. Dig it. That works. This guy. Something like that. Looks good. I like it. It's wonderful. Right, now let's see what I want to do next. I think I want to do the leg next. Yeah. Let's do the leg. Alright, so do I want to start at the base of the leg? I think I want to start it like up towards the hip. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Let me slap up a be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. Where were we? The leg. See, is that in about the right place? Yeah, I guess it's relatively high on his body. It's probably somewhere over here. Looks approximately right. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Guess we'll start with this top portion right here. Does still look like a good place for it. It could probably be farther forward. So it's not so far into his body. Looks like a pretty good place for it. Let's start it right there. Maybe make it a little bit thinner. Right. Something like that. Incredible. My modeling prowess is unparalleled. You guys should basically consider this a masterclass in modeling. You're welcome. You know what's funny is I'm making all these jokes and my audio will probably be muted because I'm just using some random Spotify playlist. So, you guys gotta be glad that you heard it live. There's just no telling whether or not this video will have audio later. I guess this kind of slopes away from the, yeah, so the leg comes up and then it slopes like into the body. Yeah, I could download and upload to YouTube, but YouTube might very well do the same thing with them being songs that I'm probably not supposed to be playing. I don't know. Plus, I don't know if I really care that much. Thank you for the pom-pom waves, though. Alright, I think for this part, this is where it's going to start sloping away from the body. So I'm going to bring this down here, maybe, and just assume that this leg sort of comes back in, starting around here. I think that's what it does. That's what I'm going to say it does. Let's just cheat this guy out of camera. I'm always cheating. I'm a cheater. My wife still loves me, though. Dad jokes for days. Let's say, That's true. Good old Aladdin. Speaking of Aladdin and Disney live action movies that may or may not live up to their animated counterparts, has anybody seen Mulan yet? Has anybody paid the $30 with their Disney Plus account to watch that? I'm curious. I know some people that worked on that. You're hearing things. I mean, it can't be as bad as Aladdin was, right? Surely there's no way it could be that bad. Kenny was telling me things as well about it. I don't know anybody that's watched it yet, though. Anybody that's bit the bullet and paid the $30. Let's see, what do I want to do? This knee is actually going to need to be able to bend. It's one of the few parts where I have to worry about edge flow. I'm interested to see what people think of Mulan, though. I don't think I'm going to pay for it either. But it's interesting just from a perspective of someone that's working in the industry right now to see whether or not they're going to be able to make theatrical releases, or what would have previously been theatrical releases, financially viable via streaming release. It would be really cool as someone that likes streaming things if they could make the same sort of money, but I don't know if it's possible or not. This chump threw me off with his line here. The leg goes, it continues right here, but I'm just following the silhouette of the darn armor. So I've screwed myself over. Alright, let's fix it. I can fix it! Alright. Something like that. Something like that. Let's see. This is the interesting part where it sort of flattens out. I wonder what the best way would be to flatten it out like that. Alright, so it's sort of, I guess it would be taking this guy. Well, it's almost as if it's this top and bottom corner that need to come in. These guys. To flatten it out. Control E. Flatten it out a little bit more. And I think I want to twist it a tiny bit. Try and get that perspective looking a little bit more like it does. No idea how I'm gonna get these toes working. One more time. Oof. That's ugly. That's not the direction it needs to go. Or maybe it is. Maybe, okay, so it's going down. No, it doesn't need to go in that direction. It doesn't need to curve. Yeah, it's a little bit more natural. Maybe something more like that. That's what happens when you start moving things in camera. Start getting weird curvature going on. Jeez, look at that. Looks great. All right, that's straightish. Kind of. All right, I buy that. I'll buy it. Now, let's get the toes. The side toes, I guess. Control E. Need to try and get this guy coming down to the same place as if it's touching the ground. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it that low or not. Put a ground plane in so I can see if I'm close. Alright, so this is ground plane. Let's give this a little bit of transparency. See if perfect. See, I thought I was moving it in world space. I was not. All right, we're in world space. Yeah, see, that's still way back there. I think that toe's just gonna have to be up off the ground a little bit. I mean, it seems like that's kind of the case. It seems like they're up off the ground a tiny bit. This is gonna take some work. Let's see. Untangle this. Maybe I'm extruding the wrong faces here. Maybe I can make it happen from this guy. That probably makes more sense. Cool. Except I don't want this weird geometry tangling I've got going on. Alright. Word. Now, let's get a little bit of that curvature back. Oops. All right. Cool. Let's do the same thing on the other side. That one might actually be pretty close to the ground. What happened if I just scale that guy down? Dig it. Cool. Looks kind of like a hand. Kind of, sort of. Hand claw thingamajig. Might thicken it up a hair. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna leave that the way it is. Cool. All right, one leg down. Let's do the other leg. Duplicate. What's gonna happen if I just rotate this? This isn't gonna look right at all. I'm quite certain. It's not that far off, really. Wow, that's way closer than I thought it would be. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start with that. I'd like them to more or less make sense in his body shape. So I think I'm gonna move this guy back there a little bit more, which makes sense because he's turned to camera, so this far hip could be farther back. Yeah, makes sense. Now that the top of the leg makes sense, let's see if we can make the bottom of it make sense. Alright, this is cool. So, I didn't plan for it to work this way, but it's almost as if the X of my camera was pretty far off. I was thinking this tail was going to be way below the ground plane, but with this back foot landing so much farther down, the slant of the ground plane might make it a lot closer than I had planned on it being. So, if that's the ground plane... Oh, jeez. Let me chill my dog out for a second. Okay. So if this is a ground plane, I mean, I think this could work. I can just rotate the camera with this to make it make sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that can work. Cool. Ground plane. Right on. Let's just hide that for now. Finish modeling. All right. I think the arms are all we have left, and then it's the shiny bits. We'll be ready to start throwing joints in. What do I want to start that arm with? Yeah, I'm just going to do a cube. Snap it to the head to get it somewhere remotely in the right place. And then bring it down. Maybe somewhere out here. Seems like a good place for it. This shoulder looks like it's a little bit farther forward because this one's planted on the ground. Get it sort of squared up to camera. I think I need to make a group for the rest of this stuff. It's already done. Done stuff. Alright, let's hide that. Or let's put it on reference. Maybe. There we go. Still want to know where it is, I just don't want it getting in the way. Alright, I'm going to give myself some more edge loops to work with. Flatten this guy up a little bit. But that should give me the ability to round it out a little bit better. Take that edge loop, this edge loop, make them bigger. Same for the sides. Cool. Just scale the whole thing up a little. Gets me pretty close. Good enough. Good enough for government work. All right. Alright, so the glowing bits, I want it all to be one piece, I think. So instead of doing it like that, I'm gonna model it as if it's all one thing. It's gonna be tough because the armor is segmented in place, the glowy bits are not. But that's alright. We'll make it work. This guy's sort of coming forward in camera. Cool. Bring it forward. Make that turn. This is not ideal edge flow for an elbow. Or the knees for that matter, but I'm just gonna go with it. Going for quick and dirty. I wanted it a little bit of a sharper bend, I think. Cool, that looks good. It's a little bit twisted. That looks a little bit better. That's better. Hands are the worst, aren't they? Who wants to model hands? Exactly nobody. See if the wrist, if that's the wrist, then it should be flatter. It's not exactly what I wanted to scale. Is it this guy? That's a little bit better. It's kind of, the forearm is kind of twisted in this pose. see. How do I think I'm just gonna make the hand base shape and then I'll try and work the fingers out from that. Maybe I'll make it continue on for the middle finger or something. Yeah. Let's see. All right, base of the middle finger. And I guess this would be curving away from camera. So let's push it back a little bit. Cool. One finger down. To bring back up. Cool. All right, let's extrude it. scenario where it would make sense. This finger is all kinds of jank. Alright. Cool. Finger's done. Let's get a thumb up in there. Let's see. Guess the thumb needs to come out right there, but I think we need another edge loop, which sucks because it's gonna run all the way down the pinky that we just made, but that's all right. That's okay. Let's pull it out of here too. Let's pull out all these guys. Let's go crazy. That's exaggerating that part quite a bit. It's a little bit closer. Where'd it go? There it is. Let's see. I'm trying to do this with too many faces here. That's my problem. Ah, you know what? That'll work if I just do it from this. Just give myself some extra faces that way. Now we're good. Oops. Crud. That is wildly exaggerated on the length of that thumb. Huh. Maybe if I bring it back towards camera, I can keep it shorter. Yeah, helps a little bit. Helps it be outrageously long. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be doing. Cool. How's that for a hand pose? Beautiful. Yeah, tree frog, for sure. What are the chances that this gives me anything remotely close to what that hand needs to look like? I'm sure it's pretty slim, but I'm gonna try it. Come on. Yeah, not quite. Alright, let's just start with the same arm. And blow away the hand. The way the arms are at least roughly consistent sizes. Oops, I don't even know what I just did. Oh man, it's way easier to do it for something. It's way easier to rig something in a T-pose than it is to try and rig something the way that I'm doing it, posed out just, you know, randomly to a concept pose. Mainly because you can have, well, the symmetry. The symmetry makes things a lot easier, and you know for sure that you've got everything, you know, basically oriented correctly, whereas this, I'm really just guessing at how things are oriented, and in fact I realized I was way off in how my camera should be oriented. I was actually like that far off as to what the ground plane should be. So if I was to try and rig this oriented this way, my axes on all my joints would be way off. So what I'm going to do after I finish modeling this is group everything and reorient it. I probably will not try and set a default pose. This will be my default pose. Just because this is like a little test where I'm trying to have at least one frame of the animation match this precisely. If it was something that I was rigging and I wanted it to be for like a short or something where I wasn't worried about hitting this exact pose, then yeah, I would do what you're describing and try and get the default pose looking exactly, the way it should in a T-pose or whatever this guy's version of a T-pose would be. My dog is biting on my hand right now because he has to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to be right back again. See if there's a good one here. There we go. Be right back. All right. This is going to be easier to work with if I fill this hole before I start extruding. Where is that button? There it is. That's not what I expected that to do. Weird. Oh, the normals on this guy, I bet, are reversed since I reverse scaled it. Yeah, see, I got reverse scale, so I'm sure all the normals are screwy. I'm gonna freeze transformations to get rid of those scales. Let's see. Let's do something like that. That's the thumb. It should be a little bit flatter at this point. Right now it's just a ball, but if the hand is, the hand obviously, if you turn it in perspective, you're going to see it's skinny, so I need to scale it accordingly. Is that the right way? Yeah, that's the right way. This is the finger, which can be about as wide. Don't eat the cat. Please don't eat the cat. Dogs are great. I love my dog. I really do. But sometimes he gets on my nerves just a hair. Primarily when he decides he wants to harass the cats. Having 2 cats and a dog in a studio apartment is not ideal. See if the camera is over there. This should be curving away from camera a little bit. The camera's over here, so it should be going this way. Sarge, leave the cats alone, man. Down my Dr. Pepper like it's alcohol right now. Maybe I should save this. Maybe. That might be a good idea. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's just, before I even make a project, this would have been very sad to lose at this point. Alright, let me make myself a project. Cool. Living on the edge there. Autosave is your friend. I'd have it on right now if I wasn't annoyed when it slows Maya down. I have it on at work because it's a necessary evil when you're being paid to make things, but this is just me. Plus, it would be much more entertaining for you guys to watch me do all this than lose it anyway. That would be good programming. Yeah. My goddess. She gives and she takes away. Oops. I'm trying to make something round and I'm failing miserably. This shape is fighting me. Alright, good enough. Come on, Maya. I'm not asking you to do something difficult right now. Just give me something rotating in the direction I want. Please? What is up with these faces? Just going crazy. Let's see, how do I straighten this out? Oh, I know what I can do. Oops, not that. Select everything and scale it to hell. That's better. All right, I can live with that. Oof, look at that. Joint there. That doesn't look great, does it? Maybe this one's the problem. When I spend time sketching out a 3D shape before jumping into my ZBrush. If I was doing it for a client and this was a character model, I would request that the concept artist give me a turnaround of the character so that I have a front pose and a side pose, and then I could take them into the different orthographic views and make sure that they would be, you know, right now I'm modeling something in 3/4, so I'm just guessing at what's, you know, how long things are, what direction they're going. It's just me taking my best guess at it for fun. But I would want the concept artist to be much more intentional with what it was I was making based on what they gave me. So I would want the concept artist to give me a turnaround of the character, and I would also spend a lot longer on things like the edge flow of anything that was bending, like these digits here. Right now, this is gonna bend sort of like a straw, which is not what I want. Like, I don't want my finger to look like, let's see if I can make this frame up in the camera. My camera's super delayed. I don't want my finger to look like this when it's bent. Not ideal. So I would build out the edge flow so that I had the geometry with the circle radiating out from here so that I could preserve the volume of the knuckle while, you know, it's okay for a little bit of the bottom of the finger to collapse in. I want the knuckle volume to sort of be preserved. But this is just for fun, like you said, so because of that, I'm not worrying about edge flow, and I'm not worrying about the fact that I don't have the turnaround drawn or the orthographic views, so that I know that I'm making things proportionately correct. Because there's no telling if this is proportionately correct. This is just me. Just me taking my best guess at stuff. So I can guarantee that it is not correct, but that's okay. It's still fun. Yeah, no problem. Getting close to being done with the fingers. I'm looking forward to that. Probably the most monotonous piece of any character to model, especially if you're like me and you're not a modeler. That is rough. Let's use the old average vertex and clean that up a little bit. That doesn't look a whole lot better, does it? I think part of the problem is this, the angle of this guy. It's a little bit harsh. Jeez, this is getting worse. What is going on here? Average vertex usually gives you something a lot better than that. It's weird. Alright, well, I'm just gonna get it closer to something I wanted, and call it done. Be done with these darn fingers. Nobody wants to model fingers or animate them. Let's be real. We'll do it, but we don't want to do it. Try to make a little bit better shape before I hit extrude a bajillion times. Alright. Arm's done. Let's add that to the display layer. And now it's just the shiny bits that are left. Let's do the shiny bits. Guess I'll take everything back off this display layer. See if we can connect all this together.
We played together on that island. His voice always used to be there. Now it's gone. I can't think of his face
Let's
or
see.
his name.
For this part, I might... I guess I'll just do a sphere to start. And I'll just lower the res a lot. Something like 8. I'm going to start somewhere in the middle of his body here. Get it going somewhere along the direction it should be and the mass it should be. Then I'll start stretching it out and probably end up extruding stuff. Oops. Turn on soft select with the B hotkey, B as in boy. Do component, is that gonna work? Yeah. looks roughly like what's going on in there. This probably needs to be wider at the shoulders here. And this is all just me guessing what's going on under here. This would be another situation where if this specifically was a character I was asked to model by a client, I would want the concept artist to give me some indication, even if it was just a single drawing of what is going on under here. And it wouldn't be absolutely necessary, but if there was any situation where this creature took off his armor, then of course I would request what that looked like, because otherwise I'd be just shooting in the dark. And you know, if he isn't the sort of creature, and he really doesn't look like the sort of creature where his armor would come off, then it could totally be a thing where I just kind of make it look as close to the concept as possible with the armor on and guess at what it looks like underneath. But ideally, I'd know what the heck I was looking at. I need another edge loop. I'm gonna need more edge loops, period. I'm super short here, but I'm just gonna try and get the rough body block in first before I worry about all that stuff. Trying to follow the contour of the body that I've already established with this armor. The geometric shapes made it a little bit easier to sort of get an idea of what's going on. Seems like it's wider. If you look at this thing, it looks like it's wider than it is tall. So I'm gonna skew it that direction a little bit. I'm also going to try and twist it to kind of follow this contour. All right, I'm gonna start extruding here because clearly I don't have enough geometry in place to continue all the way down. Before I do, let's get the scale of it more or less correct. I want it to be wider, but I don't want to scale it and end up skewing it. I'm gonna grab a treat for my dog real quick to try and calm him down. Right. So how do I make this wider without skewing it? The component, that doesn't work. Guess I could just do this and then bring this guy and this guy in. If I can get to him. Where are you? Oh, this dog. Sarge, chill, man. Chill. All right, let's extrude it. What? That doesn't make any sense. All right. Maybe object? Weird. That was weird. Let's see, what's the best way to do this? I think I'm going to just go ahead and take it all the way out to the end and then come back and add the curvature to it. That way I can make sure that I'm preserving the volume pretty consistently. All right, something like that. Looks good. Let's add 3 or 4 edge loops in there. Let's say 3, because I'm lazy. Need to get them low enough to where they're not intersecting with the armor plating. Or maybe even scale them a little bit. Flatten them out a hair. Let's see, does it look like in the illustration armor sticks out past the fleshy light up portion, so really these should be skinnier as well. Let's just grab all these guys and scale them down overall. Maybe starting here. Something like that. Looks like a tail-ish. Kind of like a tail. Yeah, Laffy Taffy, exactly. I'm sure that's where the artist drew his inspiration from. It's blue Laffy Taffy. This guy's clipping where it shouldn't be. Cool. It's good again. Is it lower than it should be? Probably. I can't even see the illustration anymore through this. Let's bring it forward so we're seeing through it instead of through the geometry. Up the transparency a little bit so you see I'm way too low down here. Way too low. Just, yeah, looking at the bottom here. So if that's the bottom, soft select and bring her up. And of course, now I'm intersecting again. That's okay though. We'll take the top and flatten it back down without soft select. See if we can make it, or with less. No, we don't need any soft select. Just grab all the top faces. Flatten it out a bit. Oof. Can't get it flat enough. Well, this guy doesn't need to be curled down at the end. I don't know why it's down there. Getting close. I'm just gonna pull these guys this direction, scale them down. Cool. And what I will probably do to make this again make more sense in perspective, since this stuff, this armor plating doesn't look like it's anywhere near where it's supposed to be. But I can fix that because it's behind what's going on. So who cares? I'll just pull it over. And I wonder if I can get, if the camera will let me cheat that. Yeah. To where it's a little bit more centered over the tail. I could just curve it down. Is that the way it's curved? I think it's curved the opposite way. Well, that's close. It's close to what's going on. Cool. Looks good. Oh, my back. Well, crap. Now this needs to go down here. Let's leave the top where it's at. And bring the bottom. I'll have to bring that vertex in, but let's get this doing more of what it's supposed to be doing. Cool. This guy's gonna have to come up a little bit. Cool. That looks good. This is all close enough, I think. I can bring this up a hair. Looks good. Let's get the club tail going on. I'm gonna try and get this middle vertex centered a little bit better. And probably do the same with these guys. Get these guys centered a little bit better. get those ones? No. Okay, so we'll leave those where they are. Cool. Yeah, that helped with the intersection that's going on right here. So that's good. Coolio. Right. Scale this flat. Ooh. Scale it flat in world space, or object space maybe. Instead of world space. No, guess I won't scale it flat. That's not gonna work. All right. Now we need, I guess, sort of a ball thing going on at the end here. Let's bring this guy down. Yeah, if we want the points radiating out from here, probably make it extrude it up into this and then extrude it out. Grape soda, huh? Yeah. Alright, do that, and then I think I can just bring this up here. Something like that. Flatten it out. This is going to be what these spiky bits are radiating out from. Excuse me. Let's pull these edges down a bit. Can always add another edge loop in there. Nope, not 3, just 1. Why I'm getting such a weird shape there. Oh, because it's bigger. I gotcha. That's cool. Alright, let's get these spiky bits going on. Looks like this guy's coming from here. So same thing on the other side. Control E. That. Local scale. What happens if I do like point nothing? All right. Wait a sec. Okay. This is an example of when the component scale, if it works the way I didn't want it to work before, now it would be great. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Cool. Happy accidents. Right on. All right, I think practically these guys need to be a little bit thicker. I need some more C's in that thickness. So I'm gonna thicken them up a bit. Smooth out some of this stuff where it's super close together. Otherwise, that'll be really annoying when we get to rigging. Just want to basically give these guys some breathing room from each other. And maybe in the process I can get a shape that's a little bit more feasible, a little more believable. Nope. Guy's gotta stay there. All right. I think that's about it. Well, his shoulder's not coming out far enough. I'm gonna have to add some geometry just so that he's able to deform a little bit better. But I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. So. Doke. Kitty! Yep. She likes my chair. She likes to take it right after I get up. Alright. We're getting close here. Getting close to having everything geometry-wise that we need. It definitely needs a little bit more... some more edge loops if it's going to be animated. Two more there, actually. a little bit. Oh, that's probably fine where it is. Need at least another one here. And I need to bring the shoulder out at the very least. Get it out there. You know what I might do is just give him a couple of spheres for shoulders to make my life easier. I think that's what I'm gonna do. We'll just give him a couple of 6x6 spheres for shoulders. Because I'm lazy. I do want to try and get this arm connecting to this shoulder though. So I guess I'll do a little finagling here to make that happen. Right, there's his shoulder. Did that screw up his silhouette for his arm? Yes, it did. Cool. Right on. Let's give him another shoulder for the other side. No, I don't think you'll see it, but it'll be there. What'd be nice is we can probably have since the arms are separate geometry, we can just rig them separately. Not have to worry about painting the weights on like the shoulders and armpits and stuff. So that'll be nice. This head. Gosh dang it, the very first thing I do, the head, and it just looks horrible. Is there anything I can do? Jeez. I'm gonna work on the head for a little bit here, just for my own sanity. It looks awful. Solo this guy. what can I do to bring this closer to the head? Or, I guess I could bring the head closer to the jaw on that side. Maybe. Yeah, now we're talking. I like that a whole lot better already. And then to make it symmetrical, I can just bring this side in a little bit. And mess up my head silhouette. But I can push him back. Get it back a little bit. Oh man, I'm much happier with that. That's way better. Cool. Much more better. I don't know if... I think there should probably be some kind of head geometry inside of this jaw in the same way that I have for the shoulders, because otherwise it's just gonna look like a floating jaw. You can do it! Thank you, Quaz. Motivational speech going on. You can do it. I think I might be better off just... Well, let's see. Can't be quite so wide. But I think I can get rid of these faces right here, because we're going to be seeing the pink on the inside from the head geometry. Yeah. And that guy. And then... Oops. This guy a little wider. Cool. Alright. I think I'm just about there. What else do I need? I think it's about ready to delete history and texture. I think it is. I think it's ready. Ready, steady. Oh, you know what? I want to address this a little bit. This is a little out of hand right here. I don't think it has to be perfect, but I want it to be a little bit closer than that. Alright, cool. And I'm going to animate this against a gray background, pro tip, so that in the places like this, where there's gray showing, you won't see it. You won't even know. Yeah. Let's do it. So, going to delete history on everything. Alt Shift D. I'll just use the old G key. Alright, what is this? Oh, the camera. Okay. Then I'm going to modify freeze transformations on every... Actually, before I do that, I am going to orient everything so that it is on an even ground plane. That will help me. It's sort of an in-between step of what Alex was asking about earlier, about having the character in a default pose. I'm not going to bother trying to get this guy into a default pose to rig him after I put the joints in, but I am going to try and get him oriented in world space so that he's on level ground, because right now he's pretty far off level ground. So the way I'm going to do that is I am going to put everything, including the camera group, into a group. I'm going to call this my Okay, apparently I'm not going to do that because it's going to break everything. First, I'm going to freeze transformation on everything. Apparently I need to do that first. Order of operations. Because I can't freeze transforms on a group? Alright, well, I'm going to do it on everything else and see if that works. I don't want to freeze transformations on the ground plane because that's what I'm going to use to get back to the ground plane orientation. So I'm just going to freeze everything except for the rotates on the ground plane. Alright, now I'm going to put everything except for the ground plane into a group and hope that it doesn't break. It did break, so the camera needs to be pulled out of this group, apparently. That's going to break stuff too. Alright, Maya, you want to get clever on me. I'm just going to constrain, I'm going to snap this second camera to the same place, nix this other group. I don't want you anymore. Bring that image back in, if I can find it. Coal monster. Cool. Everything's looking the way it's supposed to. Now, I should be able to group everything except for the ground plane. Sweet. Now, my ground plane is going to be the master of this whole group. I'm going to constrain it. Maintain the offset. And when I zero out the rotates on this ground plane, whammo. Everything, like magic, is oriented the way it's supposed to be. Voila. Oops, I'm trying to snap it to the grid. Is it V? No, apparently not. Is it X? There we go. X. All right. Right on. Now we have have it oriented upright, the way it should be. Cool. I can pull all this back out of the group. I don't need that anymore. All right, so next is going to be, you know what? There's one more piece that I haven't modeled here. I didn't realize till just now, but there is another floating piece right here. I'm gonna do that real quick. Bring this guy forward, dial up the alpha, and figure out what's going on over here. Alright, so let's just use this. This was originally my sort of template piece for the back that I was supposed to get rid of anyway, but I'm going to use it to build this piece that I had completely neglected to realize was there. Right. Oops, not you. Do it. Is my chat not updating? Oh no, it is. So many Mountain Dew puns. Can't keep track of them. All right. Trying to do this in such a way that I'm hitting both sides at the same time, but I don't know if that's going to work. So I'm not going to bother doing that. I'm just going to worry about one side, and then I'll mirror it. Alright. That's more or less where I want it, I think. Okay, cool. Need to insert an edge loop. Need to extrude these faces, but I need the faces not to stay together. By default, they want to, so need to turn that off. Now I can pull them apart. In theory, maybe. Yeah. See, I think that these faces should be higher, a little curving. Looks like I need some more edge loops to get that shape. Scale this guy down a little bit, bring him up. Same thing here. Right. It's just about texture time. Oh, I need to mirror it. Derp to derp. Let's see. Where we at? Where we at? Here. On the Z axis. Let's see if that will work. Cool. That'll do. Just pull him out a little bit. Beautiful. Wonderful. Do what we did with the other pieces. Delete the history, freeze transformations. And we're ready to texture. Alright, so the texture technique that I'm going to use is one commonly used to cheat things in VisFX. It is not the method I would suggest using for a finals asset. And the reason I say that is this texture is going to look great from camera, but it's going to look horrible from the opposite side of camera, and you'll see what I mean. So I guess I'll do it with we'll do it with a surface shader. Let's apply a surface shader to everything. This is gonna be our monster shader.
Shapeless, like water.
And
Now you put water into a cup.
before I plug something into this color, I need to open up my Hypershade and find a switch to flip.
Water can flow or it can crash.
So the switch is under the Create 2D Textures. I need to switch it from 2D normal to 2D projection. So what this is going to enable me to do, a 2D normal texture is going to map along the U and V, the U's and V's of the geometry, the UV of the geometry. Projection, on the other hand, is going to enable me to do it from a given perspective that I choose. So I'm going to choose to project from the camera for this texture. So now when I go to plug this in and I pick File, since I've already got my camera lined up, I'm going to project from this camera, but it's going to be from a perspective, and the perspective is going to be from my camera. So now if I choose the image file, which is the same image that I used to model from, and I turn on hardware texturing, and I make sure that the settings are correct on the projection node. They clearly are not. I always get these mixed up and have to try to see what's what. There we go. All right, check that out. Looks great, right? Cool. So that's all good and dandy, but at the moment, these textures are not following the geometry. They're just being shown on the geometry. We need to bake them to the geometry. So to do that, we've got to go back into the Hypershade, and I think you have to do the geometry one at a time. Well, let's see what happens if I try and do everything at once. So I select this, select my monster shader, and edit, convert to file texture. Want it nice and big. It's going to send it to some random file that I never remember, so I'm going to have to look at my script editor to see where it sent it, but let's give that a go, see how much it breaks. Probably should have saved before I did that. That would have been the smart thing to do. Probably just crashed Maya trying to do all those geometries at once. It's not looking good. Crud. Yeah, I didn't think about it, but I guess I'm making this many 2560 by 2560 textures. What is that, like 27? Oh man. Pretty sure I just crashed Maya. Let's give it a minute. Let's cross my fingers. That's gonna be really unfortunate. Yeah, it'll be fine. In the meantime, my cat is gonna come say hello. Betty, is there anything you want to say? Do you want to say anything to the... You have fans out there. There's nothing you want to say to them? You don't want to say anything? No, nothing. Okay, that's cool. Wait, I saw the Wheel of Death disappear for a second. It's really trying. All right. Oh, come on. Come on, Maya, you got this. I have faith. Don't let me down, Autodesk. It's really trying. The Wheel of Death keeps disappearing. Come on. Come on. You got this. You got this, Maya. Don't say not responding. You are responding. You're doing what you need to do. You got this. Ugh, I saved so long ago. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna go get lunch and leave my... Oh, it did it! Oh, snap, it did it. Okay, I'm gonna save my work now. Whew! Let's save this. That's why you should also use autosave on your at-home projects. It didn't even do everything exactly right, but it did do it. I thought for sure I crashed my... let's see what this looks like in perspective. Yeah, so it didn't do everything right. I think mostly because the UVs on some of these guys are pretty wonky. But that's okay. That's fixable. I'm just glad that Maya didn't crash and I lose all my modeling work. Yeah, so the rest of this stuff I think is fixable. I just need to clean up the UVs so they're not all wonky. But now that the modeling work is done, I am gonna go get lunch because I'm hungry and it's like almost 4 here. So I'm gonna leave this where it is. But thank you guys for joining me while I worked on this. Maybe I'll pick it back up tonight or maybe I'll pick it up tomorrow. I don't know when I'll finish it up. But thanks for hanging out. Betty, is there anything you want to say to all your fans? Nothing? Don't be shy. There's nothing you want to say? All right. All right, guys. Have a good one. Cheers. Boomer over here is trying to find the end stream button. All right, guys, take it easy.